Sorry there. Alright, we got wind as always, it seems like, so there's the dead cat. Hello, rail friends. Thanks for being with Casey and I live from Decatur, Alabama. We visited here last summer and had a great time at the railfan get-together here. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. But we are in historic Decatur, Alabama. We are on the CSX line and the Norfolk Southern line. We do have the local switcher 4014 here, so we're just going to go ahead and stay on him, and then when we have a break, we'll talk a little bit more. So, welcome to Decatur, Alabama, where we are live on March 28th, 2025, Trackside, with Casey, I, and all of you. So, welcome to the day. Let's have a good time. There's only a couple rules. Have fun. Participate, chat, questions. This is a new area for me, so anyone that's on from this area, please feel free to give us the history of this area. Norfolk Southern over there, CSX here to my right. About 7 blocks up, the Tennessee River and the joint bridge where both lines cross on. So we'll talk more, but right now let's get back to CSX 4014. Scanners on. We're going to try and kind of listen to everything going on. Let's have a good time. There, how's that, everybody? hope you're having a fantastic day as well. Thanks for hanging out the rail van with us over here in Decatur, Alabama. Gates up. dispatcher said we are waiting on one more before we let him out there, so stay tuned, stay put, stay ready. We got more train action right here coming momentarily. I'm going to show you the turtle mounds. Now y'all use your imagination here when I show you this. They are waiting for one more on the NS side, and I'm not sure if you can hear that or not. Now take a look at that and use your imagination there just a tad. There. Now, take a look at those two big humps, and then the section where it looks like you've got a railroad tie jetting out of there. Now, does that not look like two turtles sitting trackside with their necks sticking out, talking to each other? Turtle talk, trackside between CSX and the NS tracks here in Decatur, where we just heard the local is waiting for another on the NS side. Haven't heard any defect detectors yet. Still learning this area. This is all new. Let's see if we can't get this over here so y'all can hear it too. There, let's see if this will help out a little bit. Rearranging so you can hear him talk, and could be two turtles courting. Mary meets Ralph, or Ralph and George are out for the day, or Cindy and Susie. You name them, but and that doesn't look like two big turtles between the tracks here. Like I said, they are waiting according to the scanner. We're just listening to the local, and CSX dispatch said they are waiting for the one more before they turn them loose on the NS side. So the NS signals there's your speed limit. Left signals are there for Alright, the two signals to the left are for NS. Two signals to the right are for CSX. And we are here at the end of the CSX, of the NS line that goes on over to Memphis. So Memphis District, East End, and we are at approximately the 363.3. And for CSX, we're on the S&NA North Sub at the 307.3 in Decatur, Alabama. CSX, 2 tracks on this side. There are the lights for our train currently in front of us. And we're going to be here for a while today, so if you got any friends you want to call, say, hey, jump on so we can all chat. And if you're trackside, you can watch trackside here while you're trackside wherever you are. And at double the train fun, like that old Wrigley's commercial that they used to have. Double the fun. CSXT 4014 that you're looking at doing the switching here locally is an SD40-3 here in front of us, where we are awaiting one more on the NS side for him to be able to get out and switch over to the yard there. It's a small transfer yard, but it's where they drop off the cars for the transfer to each line. So let's just sit back, relax, and have a great train day. And then we'll talk a little bit more in between trains about the history of the area where we are here on the CSX and NS lines in historic Decatur, Alabama, where we have cloudy skies, currently 71 degrees, and as always, a strong breeze. But since we don't have to put the umbrella up right now, we do not have to go through what we did on Wednesday with the umbrella on top of our head 3 times. As you can see, all his lights are on. Kind of a cool picture. got gates. There's the golden beaver from the Canadian Pacific. And he said he had a few auto racks to bring. Is what he told CSX Dispatch, and that's exactly what he did. He brought a few auto racks. And as you saw that cloud of dust on the other side of it, we just had a trackside cleanup unit arrive here at the rail pile where he's been picking up trackside, looks like. And now they're gonna load that truck full of trackside remnants that they picked up. And there's already a big pile of steel and whatnot there, and rail pieces and plates. And as you can see, he is adding to it. didn't take long. Sorry, the scanner and I were both talking at the same time. Well, that didn't take long to unload. We got gates, we got lights. On 3253. Get ready signal, amber in the middle. Switcher 4014 and SD 40-3. Wonder how long that took. One eyeball. Rusty Burlingtons. Burlington Northern Railway on that one. And well, he scooted out of here too. Everybody left. How dare they? Excuse me. Well, our first hour has been nonstop something. How cool is this place? First off, a special thank you to all of you for being with us here today on Rail Moments. Southern Railroad Rail Van, thanks for the update. M210, M683, and I was looking at, looks like, and I got to look at it again, but it looks like we may have a chance to see the Monon, if I read the notes right. But hey, before we get some more action, let me kind of bring you up to date with where we are. This is new for me, this location. I've only been here once before. And I don't know, it was 100 degrees that day when the River City Rail Club, Caleb was our host that day, and he had us all over for Rail Fan Day here in Decatur, Alabama. And it is March 28th, 2025, and this is a live, not a production, not edited, not anything. What you see happens here, I see between 6 and 8 seconds before you. And then after we end the live stream, it will process and go into our library, temporarily under live, and then once Casey assigns it a thumbnail and does all the technology pieces to it, it will go under our Trackside live library. So, just a little information. Like I said, I've got it written down because I'm a little, like I said, this is not normal territory for me. But, let me grab the other note here. And you always see me look at the phone because I monitor, and sometimes I forget to take off magnification. You name it, I can do it. So always make sure that you see me as opposed to the other things I could do. But where we are is where the old depot for Decatur is, just behind us, and CSX, NS roll together right here into a single rail. Oh, he is reversing back into our small transfer yard. Let's go ahead and watch this action, and then we can talk a little more. But he is reversing back into a transfer yard that's here between, for the both rail lines you'll see go in here, drop and pick up cars. And that is him that you're listening to on the scanner saying 10 more. Spotting from the rear of that train. The rail side pieces and towers and ties and everything there. And way down at the other end, right there, he's got a ride waiting for him. There's our eyeball. Right before he goes behind those railroad ties. There. Halo, no halo. Halo, no halo. Halo. 3-2. One eyeball. And this one's kind of different. Done in 2020, it would appear. Whoops, too much. Like I said, we're at quite a magnification here. How long do you think it took to do all that?
Thinking that over. 43. Got 67 for you. Okay.
And yes,
4:30.
it is windy.
Hold him on the harbor, I'll get back.
I just love the dogs. Y'all have dogs you can relate? Good dog, bad dog. Here comes our ride. Pick the conductor up there at the end of that train. Bringing him back. Save him that walk all the way back to the front. So at this point, we're going to see them cut that train, I'm going to guess. So let's go ahead and watch that. I was going to tell you a little information about the area, but let's watch that first. you just heard him. Cut that air. You heard the pop. As they cut the train at 206-577 car number. And you heard them say a little bit ago, 3-step. And for those of you that may not know, for a train crew, 3-step protection is a safety procedure where the locomotive engineer applies the train's brakes, places the reverser in neutral, and opens the generator fuel switch, ensuring the train cannot move while work is being done. In other words, while he's between those cars, no way the train can move. And he goes in, pulls the coupler handle, and then they break the airline or cut the train at that point. Now he's putting the next set of cars here in this transfer lot for pickup by someone at some point. And his ride is now back at the far end again. The gentleman with the blue shirt driving. Got a little bit of artwork there. SCAR. As our conductor rides to the end, where they put the next group of cars here into the transfer yard or lot. Not very big. He's rolling that way. And here comes our switcher engine. And you look what they're using for switching. CSX T4014 is an SD40-3. Kind of an unusual backdrop.
Testing brakes 44.
And here comes our conductor back, saving him the walk.
Good brakes. You got 3 set.
There they go. Locomotive 4014 has been cut from the rest of that train. Now, for those of you who are watching or have just joined or watch this in the future, you're going to ask, Mike, there's lights, there's gates, but there's no horn. This is a quiet zone, so no horns from the locomotives here at the crossing. So they have gates that go all the way around, so you can't go around them, but this is a no horn zone. And you can see the conductor throwing the switch. Now, my next guess is they're going to go in, pull some cars from the other side, and then take them out and transfer them to one of the businesses behind us. That would be my next guess. And we just heard him connect. Okay, he's back in the clear. Releasing the 3-step. And we should see him underneath. Pulling forward. There goes our lights and gates, but as you do not hear, no horn. And he throws the switch.
So you stretch your engine over. Do that off. Bring him away. He's going on and let the follow way correctly. You ready? Touch your head.
Well, that's a little large. See, that's why I checked the monitor. So you can see more than just an eyeball. Hello, rail friends. While they're hooking and moving around, for those of you who just joined, thanks for being with us today for Casey and I. And Casey's got everything going in the studio. We are live trackside here on the CSX line, the S&NA North Sub at the 307.3, and the Norfolk Southern Memphis District East End at the 363.3. And this is where the two come together. Memphis that way, Birmingham that way, Chattanooga that way, Nashville that way. Both lines come together and go jointly on the line across the bridge over the Tennessee River. That is about 8 blocks maybe from here, where we will go later on today, and we can watch that bridge action. And there is a bridge tender because it's a low bridge to the river, so it swings for boats to come and go. We'll probably see some boat action tomorrow. I think we're going to start out our day here again tomorrow. But right now, like I said, we are live action. This is not a production. It's just like you hopped in your car, drove here and parked next to us, watched the robins looking for worms. That's how live it is. And 6 to 8 seconds, you'll see the robin catch the worm that I just watched. So, once this is done, we'll talk a little bit more about
Trying to drag his out.
the history here and what have you. Let's listen to the scanner here real quick and see what all is coming up next. Let's see if they're wanting to run something through and they're going to run back out. So let's listen.
I'm on holler southern dispatch, having some more back in the side. I'll be back with you in just a minute. when we do drive past the stop board, Decatur Vine, NS back in Northside, 12:30.
See a bunch of mud splashing here. Some sparks underneath those rails. All right, I think you can see this with me. This rail was made by Bethlehem Steel in 1998. And it looks like there are 6 hash marks, if I can make that out right. And if there are 6 of them, that would be June. So Bethlehem Steel made that rail in 1998, 27 years old. Now, we do have horn. We have red over red. He's out on the line, to my knowledge. I haven't heard him say that he was clear. So as you can see, red over red. And that one, you can just barely see this one. So, my guess is he's coming in on the main line. And they will be holding him here. So let's see what we get. While he continues to switch. There's the line coming around a big curve as we hear that train horn. 100 plus decibels. 100 very loud decibels. Obviously not a silent zone over there like it is a quiet zone over here. Let's see what comes around that corner.
Brakes off and clear track.
I tell you what, let's go back to our action over here. I'll keep an eye over there, and I'll let you know. Oh, just as soon as I tell you that, There he comes on a slow roll around that corner. So, we have CSX behind us, CSX in front of us.
What'd you say, Wesley?
And he will hold short of our signal, so we'll catch him here in a moment.
Engine 4706. Train stop indication.
As the cars go scooting across. Right there, around that corner, with a bunch of auto racks, CSX 4706. Stop just short of the signal here. Whoops. At that magnification, it's real hard to get centered, but we've got it now, where CSX lead locomotive 4706 is waiting for a clear approach to go through. But until they get 4014 out of the way, he will not be going anywhere. So, on the northbound rail, 4706, and boy, those number boards sure look like two different sized numbers. I could be very wrong, but there's 6 northbound on its way to Nashville or beyond, our next train. he heard that we were up here, so he decided to hide behind the bush. Double honk behind us. They've tossed him over on the other switch. That should be our local coming back. CSX 4014 at SD 40-3, reversing back towards us, where we've been watching him drop cars off over in the transfer yard and picking up a new set, which he's probably going to take back into the yard, or back into the businesses behind us. All right, here we go. Comes our conductor there on the back.
Coming around that curve. Good for 2044.
Rolling over our 1998 track from Bethlehem Steel. Sounds like there are two trains waiting to go past our junction point. They're not sure which one's got the clearance first. So let's listen till we hear.
No, there's nobody. We talked to the dispatcher. Three of their 3 of ours. Yeah, the yard job just from the side.
For those of you just joining, we are live. Trackside here in exciting, historic Decatur, Alabama. And what a great morning it's been so far. We're waiting to hear who has authorization clearance to proceed next. There are 2 trains waiting for the junction point, so let's go ahead and continue to listen on what the plan is here. And when we do get a break in the action, we'll talk a little bit more. But right now, you are looking at our next CSX locomotive on the CSXT S&NA North sub at the 3703, where it intersects with the Norfolk Southern Memphis District East End at the 363.3, and then they proceed across the bridge, single track, and then split on the other side. Once they get to the other side, CSX will go north to Nashville, and NS will go east to Huntsville, then Scottsboro, Stevenson, Bridgeport, and Chattanooga. looks like the other guy got to go first. As we spin you back around. BNSF. Coltrane. Headed on up the Norfolk Southern Line towards Memphis. So now we know who got to be next. $84.99 and $92.45. A pair of pumpkins. there at the end of that coal train. Headed towards Memphis. On the Memphis District East End line. And he just got amber, so I told him get ready, and as you heard,
M210, 25 inches.
M210 is ready. Train number M210 getting ready to roll right past you. Locomotive 4706 on the head end. Lights on, double blast. Holding on his amber. Still has his amber. Which tells him he needs to be ready. And here comes CSX train number M21025 coming our way at Wine Street. We got gates. SD70AC. Scrum. Oh, check out the eyes. Wasp. Lots of new cars. I wonder what year they did that. There's an empty one. And those are empty. Decatur, Alabama. That is what you are looking at. The old historic terminal there. That depot and since you're on magnification, if I step in front, y'all are gonna see my forehead. It looks like the size of a tanker car. So I'm just gonna hang here to the side so you can see it. But that depot that you're looking at right now was built by the Southern Railway in 1905. That horn you just heard, I believe, is our switcher that we watched, 4104. Excuse me, 4014. That was here a little while ago. Working behind us. There's a number of tracks behind us. But anyhow, the depot there was built by the Southern Railway back in 1905, 130 years ago. That is pretty cool. And for those of you not familiar with Decatur, Alabama, and again, for those of you who just joined, we are live at this point. This is not production. It is if you're sitting in your car right next to production unit number 6 here underneath the umbrella, so we can deal with the radiant heat that will take out a recording device faster than a locomotive can take out something on the crossing. They do not like radiant heat. Now, if we get something around that corner, I will let you know. We have 2 sets of signal lights. Here for CSX, and currently both are all red over red. There. You can see how breezy it is again today. As you know, on Wednesday, we had a really tough time with the wind, where the umbrella shaft got bent to a 90-degree angle 3 times, one of which came crashing down upon us with you guys underneath, the camera going through the top of it. Just all kinds of things happened. But it was a good day. So anyhow, back to where we were talking about. The history, as you can tell, because from cities to here, depending on which way you turn, if you're on a train, you can head on up to Memphis, head on down to Birmingham, go on over to Huntsville and Chattanooga, or on up to Nashville. So you can imagine how much train traffic goes through here. What a connection point back in the days of the Chattanooga Choo-Choo that this location would have been. So railroad culture and railroad history is very, very rich to this area here in Decatur, Alabama, tracing all the way back to the 1830s, when the Tuscumbia and Cortland and Decatur Railroad formed. But hey, let's see what we've got here. Looks like we have a container train. Didn't want to zoom you out because I didn't want to miss anything. Let's see what we've got. Everybody rushing across the crossing. Now, mind you, he is still has a red showing right in front of him. He is on the second track over, which is the main one. Let's see how far he pulls up. Uh-oh. Let's zoom this in. Do you guys see what I see? Give me one moment before I get too excited, which has already happened. That is lead locomotive 5223 sitting in front of you guys. And do you know what train number this is? CSX IO26 has 5223 as its leader. 4 hours ago, it was in Birmingham at 32nd Street. And on this train is the Monon CSXT 1897. And he's going to be trailing third of 3 there in the front. Whoa! Our first heritage catch of the week, I believe.
I got 5 of y'all. We're
CSX meets CSX. An RD slug. Woo! Another local coming in. Where the Monon was just passed by the local. Lead locomotive 5223. Train CSX I-026. And we got lights. And you are looking at the Vine, V-I-N-E Street crossing. Right
Yes, Jack's Lansing, over.
there.
Yes, dispatch room.
Let's see what they've got to say. Oh, didn't want to go that way. Wanted to go this way. Well, hello, everybody. Y'all are surprised. You know, apparently this happened last night because John sent me a message that I didn't pay any attention to him when he was on. Now, I've been sitting here, my show live on the monitor, but Crash, I see that you've popped on, and until I just happen to check the camera, which normally does not have a display on as far as what the chat is, it goes off and I have to refresh it there, but I have the monitor on and it is on live. So, Crash, thanks for jumping on. And this is a quiet zone. So all you hear is bell, and at the crossing, Gake's light and bell. So, Crash, good to see you again today. It was fun hanging out with you last night. El Humbard, Conrail 8098 westbound at Dockery on the Knoxville West at 203. So for those of you that are out rail fanning, there's an update from El Humbard. And are you out trackside today? Tony! You got a double feature, do you? You have us before, you have NS before, CSX before, switching action over in the transfer yard, and VRF. And yes, there is a camera on the depot that we talked about a little bit ago. But we got way more to show you right here live on Rail Moments. Hello, Chuck. How are you, sir? Tony, good to have you on. IO 26 on its way to Nashville. Chuck, good to see you. Everybody, thanks for being on. Now, since we have a little break in the action, first off, for those of you just jumping on that have not been with us before, or if you watch this live trackside action in the future, today is currently March 28th, 2025. We are live trackside here on the CSXT S&NA North Subline at the 307.3. NS Memphis District East End at the 363.3. We are under the umbrella because every now and then the sun comes out bright and causes radiant heat all over the recording device, and radiant heat and recording devices do not get along very well. And you guys, so anyhow, back to, we are currently live. 68 seconds later, you see it. Now, after this production is done, it will process through YouTube, and then it will go into our live category on YouTube under Rail Moments. And then once Casey does his technical stuff with it, gives it a thumbnail and all that cool stuff that he does, it will then go into the library, the Trackside Live library, where there's over 1,000 videos for you to hang out with and watch. So that kind of brings you up to date. We are in Decatur, Alabama, an incredibly historic place where you all just saw CSXI 026 with CSXT 1897, the Monad. Third back, 5223 leading that train. And they are on their way north to Bedford Park, Illinois. So, how cool was that? And you saw him have to hold for a local that came in. Now, just beyond us, to the west, excuse me, just beyond us, to the east. Oh, there's that sun again. Mrs. S gonna get after me. She already told me I looked like a reverse raccoon since I'm already tanned so much. But right behind me, going eastbound towards Huntsville, single track bridge where we will film later today. So all the traffic has to bottleneck, go through the filter, through the cone, however you want to call it, through the funnel, across the Tennessee River, where then the rails break and separate CSX to Nashville, Norfolk Southern, on over to Huntsville, and up to Chattanooga. CSX to Birmingham, that way. So all points behind or beyond. Memphis off to the Sheffield Yard. Birmingham, as we just talked, a number of yards down there. Nashville, and like I said, off to Chattanooga to the Debucks Yard. So a very, very, very focal point here. And again, the depot behind us was built by the Southern Railway in 1905. And just before we got our trains, we were talking about this a little bit. Decatur, Alabama is so rich in train history. And as you can see, between Memphis, Chattanooga, Nashville, Birmingham, it all happens right here. They all intersects as the railroads grew. So imagine the amount of train traffic, the amount of people that would switch here and what have you. So coming on over from Chattanooga, hop on the train to Memphis, or just whatever the different combinations. So back in the 1830s, where our railroad history here began, the Tuscumbia, Cortland, and Decatur Railroad was formed. And then later, passenger service by the L&N and Southern Railway through here, and it just grew from all those days. I don't know the history in between, but I do know what I just told you because I looked it up this morning on a number of historical sites. And where we watched the local that was here, locomotive 4014, our first local that we watched this morning, worked over in the transfer yard where both NS and CSX drop train cars off, pick them up, drop them off at the exchange point here. Now, if you see a whole bunch of bugs or little things going like this, that's because there's all kinds of, I don't know what they are, but if they're mosquitoes, I'm under attack. So I hope they're not. Mrs. S, hats on. For those of you who were with Wednesday, the wind's not as bad, so right now the umbrella has not taken off with production 6 attached to it. And as you all saw last night on the live out at the water tower in Ooltewah, it was bent 90 degrees 3 times, so you can imagine the condition of our pole. And like I said, for some reason on the monitor, not the camera monitor, but on the production monitor, the chat is freezing. So I had to refresh, which I normally don't have to do. It normally just rolls. So sorry it took me so long to say hi to everybody. Wasn't ignoring you, and now I know why John wrote me the note last night that I didn't acknowledge him, because I didn't know he was on. So apparently, and you know, we talk about this all the time. Technology is a wonderful thing when it works, or you know how to make it work. But like I said, normally it just rolls. I don't have to do anything on the monitor. Boy, I just took out 3 of them right there. Boy, I just cleared the whole way right here. I don't know what they are, but I need some swallows to eat all these little fellas. They're just all over the place. So, if I don't acknowledge you right away, I now know why. If you've never been here, you want a place to rail fan, oh my gosh. Hop in the car right now, throw the kids in, grab some soft drinks, whatever, and make your way here. You've got this whole section to rail fan from. You're just off of a section of town, all kinds of food and stuff over there. Go through the depot. Don't know its hours, but the depot is open. You got birds, you got trains, you've got our flag, and you got me today. So if you've never been here, mark this as one of the places that you might want to come to. And for the kids, there's a little park right over there with a caboose, which I'll show you all here in a little bit. So that's kind of the history where we are. And again, a special thanks to Caleb with the River City Rail Club, who hosted an event last year that we came out to. And that's how we found out about this spot. And I understand he's going to have another one. I don't have the dates, but once we do, we will let you know. I'll see if I have his number by chance. If so, I'll send him a note and ask him. And if you're trackside, let us know where. Any questions, if I can figure out the answers, you ask. Make sure you call your friends, tell them to subscribe, hop online and chat with us, and call your neighbor, call an ex, call anybody whose phone number you have that might like trains. Tell them to hop on, chat with us all, have a fun time, have a good time, stay here for a long time, subscribe, and we'll do this all the time. That's a lot of times, even for me. And earlier, if you weren't on, we have, and you can decide, Alice and Louise, or George and Fred, or Fred and Louise. Great big earth turtles. I know. Mike, what's an earth turtle? So hang on. I'm going to help y'all with this. Up. Well, for right now, there they are. But we'll talk about that more later, because we got more pressing matters at hand. Y'all get set, get ready. We got ginks and lights, but no horns. Quiet zone. Norfolk Southern, Whiskers. Oh, speaking of. All right, y'all's imagination here. Go to work. Now. Whoops, too much. Tell me, that doesn't look like two turtles trackside having a conversation waiting on the next train. George on the right, Louise on the left. Or you could have Louise and Shirley. Or you could have whatever. Could be two neighbors fighting over whose rock they're going to get. You pick. But tell me that doesn't look like two great big turtles with their heads poked out of the shell having a Friday afternoon chat along the Memphis line here, the Memphis District line, East End, here, in good old Decatur, Alabama. Yep, Decatur, Alabama is where we are. And we just had that northbound, well, actually, I guess he'd be westbound. We just had that westbound, headed to Memphis, 4800, 4800 leading that train, an AC 44C6M, and trailing behind him, second of two up front, 8126, an ES 44AC. So, the turtles are having a great day. Lots to watch. The robins. Let's see if I can get this robin for you while he's here close. There he is. He's working on the worms. Where's lunch? That's what he's doing. Where's lunch? And that's just how beautiful it is right here today. He's just in front of production 6. Probably a bigger worm closer to us, but he doesn't want to take the chance. He doesn't know what this production 6 thing is. He says, wait a minute, this normally isn't here. Pretty soon he's going to go in front. Or you'll see me waving in the mirror there. All right. Back to the Decatur Depot. Like I said, I do not know their hours, but you can see the wind blowing, our flag unfurled there. At the Vine, V-I-N-E Street crossing. Because we have so much breeze, I'm going to have to work a little bit on this, our setup, so y'all just forgive me for a moment. You're going to have a couple tremors here. my apology. But we got to cut out some of that wind noise for you. So, again, my apologies. Because to ensure when it's warm like this, and we're at 81 degrees is what it said. The recording device gets hot, and then you have no recording. And if it was just here doing nothing, that wouldn't be an issue. But when it's doing all this work, that is an issue. And you heard beep, 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 beep. Well, that wasn't very good, but you heard horn coming across from the other crossing, because this crossing is a no horn zone. Here at Vine Street. Ho, ho, ho. He doesn't care what the law is. He's having fun with his spectators. I like it. Check this out. Speed zone through here, 15. Uh-oh, that's a bad message. Bad message. That's what happened to this guy when he did that. See what happened? Some are empty, some are not. Check this out. Here we go. Look at this one. Space creature. Uh-oh. You saw the verdict. Guilty. Niles Rockwell. Crash. Well, I guess that's Craze. I was trying to give that one to you, Crash. Mayor Munch. No, Mayo Munch. Tall guy painted that one. Check out the rusty top on this one. Tune RASA. And over there is the Sharpley Funeral Home. Let's bring you all back. There's the transfer yard. And for those of you just hopping on, normally when Casey's on, you see the Rail Moments emblem. Today, that is me. Because of a device change here today, so I could connect to a couple of different things. So currently, Casey is busy hanging out and taking care of all the technical things to make sure we work, while I hang out with y'all. And on our train, up front, locomotive 72, a CW 44AC, on its way to Birmingham, leading those auto racks with locks and locks of great artwork. Second back, CSXT 5302 at ES40. So, we are having a fantastic day. We're just a little while ago, CSX train number I-026 with 5223 leading went past here with the Monon on it, CSXT 1897. That was a nice surprise today. And that's why, as Mama Bear will tell you, I know you always say, what will Mama Bear tell us? Mama Bear and Papa Bear are on quality control duty. And if you aren't reading the messages, Mama Bear said to tell you all hello. So let's kind of get caught up here with the notes, y'all. Give me just a minute. Let me work through all this here real quick. See, if I don't write it down, I can't remember it. Partially because I'm old, and partially because I've been that way as long as I can remember. So, like I said, we are, for those of you who just jumped on, Decatur, Alabama. We are live. Oh, see, every time I get ready to talk, I'm interrupting something. We got gates, we got bell, and we got lights. What are y'all guessing? NS or CSX? I'm gonna guess NS because they may be rotating turns, but who knows? Yep. We just got a massive wave.
You want us to pull in or shall we? We got you all of this back. You got them always in. No, I'm
Guess what? He stopped. I know. Y'all can't get anything past me. That train was led by locomotive 4592 and AC 44C6M, and coupled with him up front, 1170 and SD 70 ACE. So, we are here, Trackside in historic Decatur, Georgia, where our westbound going to Memphis Norfolk Southern train has just rolled to a stop. Let's listen and see what they've got to say. Or what is the plan? There's always a plan. CHIKO. Chico or Chico? I'll let you guys decide. Let's listen and see what they decide is next. Norfolk Southern, westbound, led by 4592 at AC, 44C, 6M. At a fantastic rail spot. As the suspense mounts, no word on what is next with our Norfolk Southern train. Who's currently sitting on the Norfolk Southern line, Memphis District East End at the 363.3. And we have air release.
West Tennessee. 7-5,
Stretching.
Alright. 25, you got permission to line out on the McIntyre and 12, and signal east there at 12, 43 clear.
Hello, AGS Railfan Productions. Glad you're trackside, because we're too, and it is a perfect day. I hear our locomotive blowing at the next crossing to the west of us. That would be locomotive 4592 leading this train. AC 44C6M blowing that horn. Hello, 8 right. Get outdoors. How are you, sir? Great pictures last night. Thank you from you too. The AGS has not a word, huh? Well, if you lay your phone down long enough, within a few minutes it's going to be covered with yellow stuff. You can write yourself a note. whatever was in his way is apparently now out of his way. Make sure you have your sunscreen on or your hat. Mrs. S told me I looked like a reverse raccoon already from the suntan I've already gotten. And there goes our NS westbound train. But so far, the cool thing about this spot, we don't wait long. And if I get in front of the camera and start yakking, we get a train, it seems like. I don't even have to dance here. For those of you just jumping on, we are Trackside. We are live, no production added, no changes put in. What you see is what's happening. See, y'all thought I was going to say, see, what you see is what you get, but no. What you see is what's happening. Somebody someplace would love to have all those new railroad ties because they would like to build flower gardens. Or if you're a farmer, make incredibly awesome, never deteriorating fences for the farm. And if you're like Fred and Ed, who had nothing to do one day, Fred said to Ed, "Hey, let's run down to the rail yard and express ourselves." Fred said to Ed, "Okay." So Fred said, "Okay, how many cans of paint we got?" "Oh, we got about 40 cans. Oh, we can make something really pretty with that. Huge mural." "Yeah, but they're only red and black. So we only have 2 colors, 20 each." Fred and Ed looked at each other. "Okay, we'll just make 38, 19 each, black, and 19 red, cup-looking things. That fell in the mud and splashed. And off they went. Okay, train time. We got bells, we got gates, we got lights, and a quiet zone. If you don't get a horn, it's not my fault. I tried. Our last guy said, heck with the rules. Let's see what's coming. Earlier we had talked about the caboose. For those of you that come with the kids, there's a park right across the way with the caboose. And there it is on the other side of the tracks. Little park down there. And our intermodal train, led by locomotive 3217, was an ES44AH, and up front with him was locomotive 7271 as they roll southbound to Beeham. Robert, let me see your question here now that the train's gone. All right, Robert, the train that we just had is headed south. So just to run through the layout, we are here on the CSXT lines, the S&NA North subline at the 307.3. The CSX tracks are the two closest to us right here. Their signal tower control points are the two there, single over triple, and just on the other side another single over triple. And just so you know, we do have amber on the indication in the center on the main track for CSX. They're on the left side. So, Robert, at this point, the two CSX tracks go past, merge into one, and that is northbound. Now, right now, they're kind of going east-west, but by railroad direction, CSX runs north-south here. That way is Nashville. So if you are CSX and you're going from this on the screen from left to right now, you will be headed to Nashville. If you are on the screen going right to left, you will be going south to Birmingham. If you are on that third track over that you see, and there's our dirt turtles. Like I said, you got to use your imagination. But just picture that. There's two big old humped turtles laying between the tracks. One turtle's got his head out of the shell looking to your left. The other one's got his head out of the shell looking to the right. And they're all having a trackside chat about, wow, did you see that turtle graffiti on that last train that went by? He sure did have a nice big pond that he was riding in. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I even have trouble making this up. And over there, Robert, on the far side, next track over there, right on the other side of the turtles, coming in right here, right on the other side of the 15-mile-an-hour speed limit sign, S&NA, and Memphis is, for all of you that are on, Memphis is that way. And if you go the other way, you'll head to Huntsville and end up in Chattanooga. And then there is a small transfer yard for those who just jumped on while we're talking about the tracks here. There's a small transfer yard that both companies drop trains off in. And let's see if I can get this zoomed in for you here. We currently have amber display on the main CSX track there. Amber display. So, let's listen to the scanner, hear what they tell us. And then after that, I'll tell you what our plan is, because I have a really cool surprise for you guys. Anybody have any questions? Please shout them out. Anybody new? Hope you subscribe. If you have a good time, hope you hit the like. If you have a bad time, hit the like just to humor me. If you need some used railroad ties, I know where there's a whole bunch. Hang on, I'm going to find them. They are right there. See? Told y'all I'd find them. Now, whoever started the stack, they were doing a really nice job. They kept them all kind of squared up and straight up and everything else up. And the second half, not so much. Let's just get them over there on the pile. Now we are going to hang out here until probably 3:30 Alabama time, 4:30 Chattanooga time, where most of you are, or a lot of you are. And then we're going to move to another site, still here in Decatur, that is really, really, really cool. But it's going to stay a surprise, and we'll probably have a maybe an hour. Like somebody sending us a message from beyond. You decode it, you'll know the message. But we're going to go to a really cool spot that I found. Oh, there goes the fire truck with the lights on. But no siren, just lights. Well, darn, I'm sorry I missed that. Oh. He's going to use the air horn, but he's not going to use the siren. It must just be half a fire. We still have our amber. But back to the conversation we were having. I just noticed something. The used railroad ties all over the place. But check out the guy that did the new railroad ties. He gets an award for railroad tie stacking. How cool is that? Okay. Oh, now we get siren. Sorry, y'all missed the excitement of the siren. The guys over on the other side of town got it. But this is a really cool place, and I'll give you just 2 hints. It involves water, and an operator. Those are your 2 clues. Where we're going to go involves water and an operator. So, 3:30 Central Standard Time. Unless there's something particular happening, we will pack and move about a mile, but we will take a little time to charge up some batteries and whatnot. So, but we won't be absent any longer than possible. We'll probably time it right in between trains. That'll give us a little more time. Robert, I hope you're having a fantastic day. So far, everybody that's been on has had a good day. And we started hours and hours and hours ago. We would have started another hour on top of those hours, but I don't do well getting up in the morning, so I was late rolling westward today. I've been worse other times, but I was only a little bad today, about an hour and a half late. And for me, on a road trip, that's pretty good, believe it or not.
East 75, what? Geneva.
341 NS 541.
Alright, East 75 and that's 5. You do have permission by that west signal at 12th Avenue from the main heading west direction looking out.
Stand 75 with a 53 1 inch stop due have permission past the westbound stop signal. The main to the side in direction and stop. Thank you.
candy cane color. And there's a note from Booyah. Completing our northbound CSX train, locomotive 7245, CM 44, AC, crossing over the bridge and on his way to Nashville. Mama Bear, Papa Bear, you are going to have a fantastic day today and tomorrow. Just wear your sunscreen to be trackside. Mrs. S stays after me like 2 coats of paint on an old barn to keep the lid on. She told me this morning before I left out, I already look like a raccoon in reverse because of the suntan, but the glasses giving me the reverse raccoon thing. So, oh, we got a wasp that has joined the party, and I don't have the fly swatter. It's in the cab. Well, let's hope that the breeze takes him elsewhere and that he doesn't want to interfere. Or y'all are going to see Mike uptight. Actually, you already see Mike uptight. As we walk, Mr. Wasp. Okay, everybody. Oh, you're gonna have Little Man tomorrow? Yeah, it'll be so cool. Y'all get a big breakfast, you have his favorite breakfast, and then trackside for the day. Does not make for a better Saturday than that. And off work. Whoa, it doesn't pay the bills, but it sure does make for a super better good time now. All right, Mama Bear, Papa Bear are both trackside on the AGS. Probably down by Trenton, if I was going to guess. Crash, are you trackside? Bag Squatch, are you on? Are you guys down? And even though I'm over here, y'all can still report for everybody on what y'all are seeing and where you see it, because you have no idea who's going to be on the line and where they might be. So everybody that's trackside, share what you see as you see it so that everybody else can be ready too. Cameras out, recordings on, makeup on, whatever it is that you like to do trackside, it helps everybody be ready. So we are still live here in Decatur, Georgia. No, Alabama. Every time I tell the wife I want to go to Decatur, she says, Georgia? And I say Alabama. And now I said it backwards. So we are live here in Decatur, Alabama. It has been a fantastic day so far. We started off with train action, and we literally haven't stopped since then. Now, I'm going to guess our NS train was doing some switching. I'm not real familiar with what's where here, so I'm not sure what's up the Norfolk Southern line, if there's some more yard up or switching area or whatever, but it would appear that our NS locomotive that was there a little while ago has reversed back to wherever. So, for the moment, that's all the news I know to tell you. We got some other rail fan folks that are here behind us, so we're going to go say hi, and then we'll be back. Y'all don't go anywhere. Y'all listen to that scanner, keep me up to date, and before too long, we are going to move over to our other spot that I told y'all about. But like I said, I'm only going to tell you about water, and what was the other hint I gave you? A guy in a tower. How's that? Don't remember. Oh, all them little bugs are back. Oh, they're all just like a ton of them. So now we got wasp, yellow stuff all over the phone. I set it down, wipe it off here, set it down, and I can write my name on it again. So it looks like we are currently at 79 degrees. We were at 80 a little while ago. Yes, we do need to get him a shirt. We got to get on that project, Mama Bear. We'll handle that. Don't you worry about it. You just tell the main man, our main little man, that we got this covered. Not a problem. Little man has the hookup because you two are connected. And thanks for all the quality control and all the work you put into this. While we are live here in Decatur, Alabama, not production, not censored, not anything. You see it shortly. When I say shortly, just long enough for it to technology to process it through the airwaves. YouTube then processes it once they receive it and sends it back to you on whatever device you're on, all in a matter of 6 to 8 seconds normally. Now, if you're out in Bridgeport, like we did the test the other day, he had a half of 1 bar, so it took a little bit longer. When we did the test, I wasn't thinking about that because when we were talking, when I met they were 2 great young men. They were a lot of fun. And he finally got the phone to connect. He goes, we're in Bridgeport, no signal. But he did get one to work. And so we did the test, but it's such a poor signal, takes it longer to transmit. But again, technology, and he managed to see it, and we had a good time. Umbrella and all the things that happened that day, and we saw a bald eagle right here on Rail Moment. So, back to the track. We just got a Heritage app notification. The Wabash just posted that it's down in Birmingham, rolling south. Being put on an AGS southbound. Well, Mama Bear, Papa Bear, they got the AGS part, they just don't have the direction part right. A large brown hawk, beautiful, just landed in the tree over there. All right, back trackside. Anybody got any questions? Just shout them out. We'll get them covered. How are you guys?
Hey, good. How are you? Good. I didn't want to get your photo or anything. So.
It's another day in the world of paradise. That's what it is.
You're not wrong.
And you're not in the photo? everybody, we have a photo shoot on the railroad track going on. Let's see, we'll zoom in on that. There you all go. Photo shoot on the railroad track, and we are not filming trains with this photo shoot. Now everybody, if your life is boring, you don't know what you want to do with yourself, get your best friend and a camera and say, hey, let's go down to the railroad tracks where it's very, very active, stand in the middle of the railroad tracks and take pictures. That is how you spend your afternoon for a photo shoot. Not exactly what I would recommend, but since I'm not going to do it, we do have volunteers currently that are. And also make sure you wear a light colored dress so you can get all the railroad track stuff on your attire. And that's how you have a fun afternoon in Decatur, Alabama. See, I promised y'all a good time, and we're having one. Been a while since we had that happen. Like the other night, let's see, what was it, 3 weeks ago? We had the folks show up with a ladder where they were going to set up in front of the track, or in the middle of the track, and take pictures. Prom time pictures. That would be my guess, Mama Bear. And Tony guessed the same thing. Prom time. Everybody race to the tracks. Let's see if y'all can beat the train with the picture right there. And like I said, we've got these guys all hang out here. This is their home turf. Y'all give everybody a wave enthusiastically. They're hanging out. Like I said, this is just a fantastic place to rail fan, and they're sharing it with me today, and I appreciate that. So, we are back trackside. As I told you, we would be winding down about this time. Mama Bear, you got you a new phone. Good job. Now do not drop it. You know Murphy's Law. You have the old one forever, nothing happens. You get the new one, it's all slippery and what have you because it's all new. Hang on tight. Make sure you got it in the case. Currently, no horn. I was just hearing about the yard down here, so I'm going to go back and find out a little bit more about that. Take lots of super good pictures. And then like I said, I'm going to come back and we are going to move like I promised. And then we'll reconnect with the live. We will need to do a little bit of charging, but we will reconnect the live here in about 30 minutes once we end. So far today, it's been non-stop action. It's been a great day. We are currently on the CSX, regs over regs. Don't hear anything in the distance, so like I said, we're probably going to go ahead and make the move like we talked, and then I'll be back on. So we're not going to turn it off yet, so don't run. I told you we had visitors, and you know what? They all said they want to say hi to you guys. They know all the area here. So what we're going to do is just going to, whoops, I just zoomed them way in. There we go. Everybody's going to introduce themselves, and then they're going to tell you about their channels, about how cool this place is, and they also belong to the Huntsville Rail Club.
Redstone Model Railroad Club.
All right, they're going to tell you all about all this stuff. So take it away, you guys.
All right, Roman, start off.
Or
Shrimpy, that's his other nickname.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Now it's on YouTube.
Don't believe it.
Roman is to the right. We'll skip the nickname. He apparently doesn't want that one for you guys to remember him by.
It's okay for him to call me that, but anyone else, it just gets weird.
Fair enough.
I'm Roman. I like trains. I have a YouTube channel. It's Roman Rail. It's an old like gamer tag I created like 8 years ago. I don't know. I don't post much, but I plan on posting more eventually.
And what was the name of the channel again?
Roman Rail.
Roman, R-O-M-A-N, Rail?
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. That's not original at all.
Everybody, since you don't have pencil and paper, I just wrote it on there for you. Roman, his channel is Roman Rail.
So, Jacob Oliver, I'm Goose in the Caboose Productions, or as the airsoft guys call me, Goose. That's my other call sign. We're all three members of the local club in Huntsville, Redstone Model Railroad Club. It has been in existence for about 60 years. We're on our third building, which was the office for a munitions plant on Redstone Arsenal in World War II. That was a ham radio club. And then the train guys got in there about 10 years ago. Like I said, all three of us, this is Drew. We're all from the Huntsville area, and we just do a bunch of model train stuff. And our thing we're all three part of is River City
Rail Club.
Thank you.
Decatur.
That's our local rail fanning group that we started here.
And what was it again, River City?
River City Rail Club.
So yeah, if any of y'all are in the Huntsville area or Gatzer or Birmingham, we all do model trains, so we set up at shows at each one of those locations twice a year. And it's a little wise out, but if you're at the NMRA National in 2026, we will be in Chattanooga with the Redstone with our modular HO scale setup.
And that is what I call advanced planning.
Pretty much.
Yeah, we got a show in Gadsden we're setting up at too.
In about a month, yes. We'll be in
Second
Gadsden.
Saturday of April.
I think it's April 12th.
Yeah,
I can look.
And what is on April 12th?
Train show in Gadsden, Alabama. It's smaller side, but there's usually a pretty good variety of stuff. And we'll have the CUSA that puts on the show will have their modular in-scale layout. They have an HO scale permanent that is Gadsden in the 1940s, so it's like accurate. They pulled off of maps and everything for it. And then the Redstone Club will have our modular setup, and Alabama Modular Group will have their Fremo modular setup. Some of us will have stuff with the Fremo stuff too.
And that's April 12th in Gadsden, Alabama.
Yes, sir.
Any other events locally coming up?
Not anytime
Might as
soon.
well plug Rail Watch.
Actually,
Decatur's
yeah,
hosting.
go for it.
Decatur River City Rail Club is going to be hosting a railfan meetup here at the depot on May 2nd through 4th. If anybody is interested in coming to that.
So second through. Oh, it's a 2-day event.
No, it's 3 days. It's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
So it's
Yeah, that's right.
the name of the group is Rail Watch.
The name of the group is River City Rail Club, and we're hosting the event called Rail Watch 2025.
If I know Caleb Kaiser well enough, at some point he'd have like a couple food trucks and
Yeah, I think I heard
a whole
something.
bunch of stuff out here.
Take this with a grain of salt, but I did hear something about he might be getting a snow cone truck to come out.
I have just ice.
And that's going to start on...
May 2nd through May 4th. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, Roman's right. We're gonna do something for him because he can't have the food coloring. He's gonna have to be stuck with the ice. We can just put you in a giant tub of ice and keep you cooled off. Do that. Maybe that'll work. So, I think that's about all the three of us got.
I might as well plug my
Thank
stuff
you,
real quick.
Rail Moments, for having us. This is a very nice surprise.
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys can do that anytime you want. You had something you wanted to add?
I'm Drew. My YouTube channel is Amtrak Lover 205, and my Instagram is Amtrak 205 Photography. I don't really post very much, but I want to start posting a little more. My Instagram's more active than my YouTube, but I'm up here, a local rail fan up here in the Huntsville area, and take lots of train pictures.
I can vouch. His name is Drew.
Good.
And it's Amtrak 205?
Amtrak 205 Photography.
Wow, how very Roman of you to say that. Roman happening.
And Caleb, that they're referring to, we had talked earlier, was our host for, he had one in January and he had one in last, I know it was 95 degrees, whenever the other one was. I thought we were going to melt out here.
Yeah.
Usually
But,
a few people bring tents they set up so you can see the shade.
Yeah, they do in the summer.
So bring your tents, bring your coolers. I mean, we got so much room here. We don't even need to mark the parking spaces because you can't park enough.
Yeah.
And it was a good time last year. So wherever these three go, I can promise you they're already having fun here. So just imagine 50 more plus them. Yeah, group leaders, trouble it will be. Y'all got to hang out because you can't count all the trains here, as you guys have seen today. It's been one after another. They love this spot. They're all set up. They got rail club, rail fan groups, both in Huntsville. And for those of you that are outside the territory, Rail Fan Lufkin, if you're on Huntsville, if you decide to move up here, it's just down the street, what, 20 miles, 15 miles?
Something like that.
20, 15
It
miles.
don't take more than about 20 minutes to get to the Huntsville area from here.
And so, rail fans, mom and dad, you can bring the kids, go to the Space Center, do the train thing. By the time you're done with them here, they will be wore out and they will be ready to move so they can hang out. It is a beautiful area, and as you guys have seen, we have had trains all morning here, and they told me it just never ends here. And Caleb said the same thing when I met him. So, River City
Rail Club.
Rail Club, and I know they have a Facebook page, correct?
Yes, they do.
So River City Rail Club, check out their Facebook page, make plans to be here
I got one other thing I want to mention when you're done.
And same here.
May 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And see, they're just like me. They think about something, it's like, oh, wait a minute, I got one more thing. So you guys, we're in no rush, we're not on a
this is
timer,
good.
you cover it all.
So those of you that are out of area, we have a railroad museum here, North Alabama Railroad Museum. It has been in existence since the early 80s. So some of you from Chattanooga might actually remember this, we might have family that does. But for a while, the museum started out as a group in Muscle Shoals, and in the 70s and 80s, they ran excursions from the Huntsville Depot up to Chattanooga Union Station with 484, 412, and A652, which is an RSD-1.
I believe the only
Circumstances.
one.
I think there's one other operating one.
Yeah, I think
there's
there's
only
two.
like 3 preserved. So circumstances happened, and they moved out to Chase, which is basically by A&M. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, Alabama A&M.
In Huntsville, about the mid-80s. They've been out there ever since. So we do about 15 rides a year, I think. We have theme stuff for Thanksgiving and Easter too. But we've got runs start fairly soon. Our season will start. So we have 2 Alco S2s built in the 40s to operate. And we have an RSD-1, which went overseas during World War II. It landed off the docks before May of 1942. It might have seen combat. We don't know if it actually saw combat use afterwards. Either way, it ended up over there for about 4 years. Army used it, came back, and NARM got it from them later. Has some other stuff in the collection, a 1920s box cab. Everything's range equipment, and we run about 5 miles of track, which is the former STL branch. Part of it's now HMCR in Huntsville, which runs your electric boats, and part of it is also the current CSX line from
See, that happens. I don't feel bad. It happens to me all the time.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, but I'm too young for it.
Hey, we got a high rail. Hey, he's even gonna stop and come see us.
Now I'm done.
Thank you guys for being on.
Absolutely.
I have XL shirts. I'm out of large. I might have. Are you a medium? I'm not sure.
Men's small.
Let me see what I got.
Spirit animal. The bird. Because it's head bobbing.
There's our high rail. Let me see what I got, you guys.
I think it's actually stop and see if you get a picture.
I've got men's small currently, and I have men's XL, if they will work.
XL works for me.
XL will work. I use XL anyways in case I need to go cover mode. So. It's big. I was trying to get off that.
That's my Wesley truck.
I still can't get our factory
That's my.
I will say one more thing of note about Rail Watch.
Wait a minute. Let me get you back on.
Yeah, you're good.
There. Just talk loud because of the wind.
One more note about Rail Watch. If any of you people are familiar with Danny Harmon of Distant Signal, he is most likely going to be up here on that Saturday of Rail Watch to come hang out with everybody and talk to people. It's definitely worth it to meet him. He's an amazing man.
I need a selfie with him.
Yes.
Well, yeah, somebody coming up from Florida, just that fact alone makes
Yes.
Yeah, Tampa.
Yeah, didn't he retire from the teaching thing? And
He did,
yes.
yeah.
I was thinking I just read that.
Yeah, last year he came up here and bought everybody donuts.
Oh, cool.
It
Did
was
he
awesome.
really?
Yeah, he did. He
Yeah,
went
he
down to
did.
Dunkin'
I
Donuts
forgot
and bought
about
everybody
that.
back some donuts.
Now I have a bug standing
Thank
next
you.
to me.
The next one, if you want,
Thank you.
the name and address, I'll mail yours out.
Thank you, sir.
Okay? Just put it on there, and it'll probably be about 2 weeks with the next group since I ordered them 2 days ago.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
really
absolutely happy to. I'm glad we got to run into each other.
Absolutely.
We'll see you definitely at Caleb's event.
Well, do you do anything with the model trains at all?
No, I don't. I have a full-time job that pays for this full-time job that is the hobby, and eventually this is the retirement plan.
Yeah.
Now, y'all listen that the eventual goal, Mrs. S, is a retirement plan. I know it's not going real fast, but good things are worth waiting for. They tell me.
Man. Nah, you're good. I just asked because I usually try to get as much advertised as I can for Redstone Club.
Yeah, we
Some of
have
the stuff around here.
a lot of the guys that do that hang out the tracks are members of the Tennessee Valley Miniature Railroad, TVMR, RM. Well, there's the Railroad Museum, but there's a model railroad.
Oh, you're talking
club.
about that, yes.
Basement
TV.
depot, yeah.
Yeah, of their office buildings. So they have a massive layout down there, and they do the whole. You get together, and there's a guy in the back that's the dispatcher, and there's quite a few of them.
Yeah.
That's on my list because
Tennessee
that's my thing with
Valley
the models is doing the operations and dispatcher and working signals.
Miniature Railroad, model
Say
railroad.
it's Tennessee Valley Model Railroad.
I think I was gonna say I
TMR.
think it is Tennessee Valley Model Railroad, and it's in the big building up front downstairs.
Yeah, it's in the old NMRA.
And then they're all
Really?
moving
Outside
around,
NRA?
like yeah,
At one time.
because they did a land swap and they got all kinds of things going on.
TVRMI is moving.
The offices on the top, they
Okay.
are moving to another spot, and because they did some land transferring, they got some things on it. And Thomas comes next weekend, I think it is. Starts the 4th. He'll be there for 2 weeks. Thomas and Trey.
So this was years ago, before they had cracked down on security and shit. Because Dad's side of the family is from this part of the country. I got an uncle up there, and his mom was in Georgia. We stopped by TVRM coming back, something. Stopped at the Y and everything. Ran into the car. I said, "Oh, yeah, everybody's up at the shop." Well, being what it was back then, they let me look around. At 6:30 was warm off of the run. I actually got in the cab. And then they let us in the shop, let me up in the GP7, I forget the number. And the guy said, "So,
750 or
what do you
something.
do?" And I just started working controls because I played the train simulation. And he looked at the app and came out and said, "He knows it better than I do, and I've been driving him for years."
Yeah, 6:30 has to have the boiler redone after this season.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, it's not running this weekend, I don't think.
No,
I
I've
wonder
got a
when they
buddy.
were coming up on their 1472.
And
Is
he
it
made
running tomorrow?
one of my buddies made a post on Facebook, and one of the conductors at TVRM commented, "Where did you hear that 6:30 wasn't running this weekend?" So me and my buddy are going to be going up to TVRM tomorrow to check it out.
Yeah, because it's been on the last several weekends.
Yeah.
I might have to do some.
All right, guys, I gotta get back to work. It was good to
Absolutely.
meet everybody. We have a second spot we're gonna move off to. And you
Alrighty.
set up the way there's an NS yard?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's
there
an
is.
NS yard down there.
There's not really a good spot you can find it though.
No.
CSX yard.
No, I was just kind of curious what, so you get the lay in.
There's some.
Yeah.
If you
Like
go
some-
down that way, there are some railroad crossings down there before the yard that are pretty good spots to get trains.
Yeah.
There's just a place to pull off the road, and you can set up tripod.
You got
and
better
video.
panoramic views with CSX because it's basically this way. That side of it, there's a road and walkway. This side of it, I was going to rent it for years ago. I just walked to the office and the guy said, "Yeah, you can video, just stay back from her." They let me video by the office and switch it. So you got more advantage with the CSX than you do with NS. NS is just trees on both sides.
Yeah,
It
thanks.
is.
All right, and I said, I'll see you guys if you're right here again.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
I'll
be
get
here.
this mail changed.
Thank you,
Sorry,
sir.
I can't put it in. All right, thanks again for being on.
Thanks for the shirt.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. As we had talked, we are out of time. We have been here now almost 6 hours live from Decatur, Alabama. How cool is that? And as you just heard, there's all kinds of train-related things, cool things here, all kinds of stuff to do. Events coming up. So, I typed everything, so for those of you that our Trackside didn't have paper, pencil, whatever, as you know, once this processes, it goes into the Rail Moments library, where you'll be able to pull it back up and all the addresses and the names of the different events and what have you. Check out their channels, and like I said, if we can't have fun and have a good time, why are we here? So, I'm gonna pack. We're gonna move. Got another place that we have set up for you. So it's not goodbye, and as you know, we never say goodbye. It's always at the next crossing. But we do have a next spot that we are going to move to with y'all. So while I pack, I'm going to leave you on. We are going to start powering some of the equipment back up because we've been on quite a while, getting low on batteries, and electronics do not do well without electricity. So y'all sit tight. I'm going to pack, then we're going to move, and then we'll be back on. Mama Bear, Papa Bear, I hope you can't count them all. There's so many. Whoops. Sorry there.
Because the steam engines are actually steam engines.
Right.
One guy has a Penske J1 to 210-4. Somebody's got a Union Pacific FDF. The fall meet and spring, sometimes there's guys that come from Pennsylvania and they bring like 4 or 5 K4 Pacifics with them. So there's steam engines running all over this railroad.
That's amazing. And cool at the same time.
So that might make a good
Antoine.
live stream just to ride on it or something.
He has found a lot of land
But that's
that
about
has live steam on it. I don't remember.
Oh, you don't know? You don't know about this?
Do you remember how much it was that he was paying for it for 27 acres? Yeah, like he had a lot of.
Hold on, try to record it.
It did, yeah. He even had like a ride along.
A lady contacted him. This place he said is probably going to do it. And he showed the pictures on the listing. This looks like maybe about 6 miles of track. It's got car barns. It's already got a train, so SW that's gas hydraulic.
All right, everybody. We will see you at the next crossing as soon as we get a couple things recharged here for part 2 of Rail Moments in Decatur, Alabama.